Don't want to forget about our YouTube friends here. Okay. Alright, so let me go over this again. We picked up our daily. It is for Trudis, which is pretty nice. So we're going to probably just go using the same stuff for Blue Sorex, just to see if we can catch some. We also are going to be jumping into Mortal Data for a little bit today, too, to rebuild the character. Because I'm also interested to see what people's ideas and kind of what they think behind the build as well. So there's that. And yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it. Oh, and YouTube missed something I was going to say before too. Our Dead by Daylight cheater was confirmed banned. I'm not going to mention their username just because I don't think I should be giving that out regardless. But I got an email saying that they have been actioned against accordingly. So our teleporter person is non-existent anymore. So let's get into it here. I just gotta swap this out for a sec. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna hunt for some Blue Sorex while we're trying to go for Trudis. We're just gonna do it down by the ocean, I think. So we're gonna use rice bait, hook 5 with a strong line. And we're probably gonna be fishing around 555. Okay. Awesome. Oh, hello, friend. Oh, speaking of which, I need to keybind push to talk. What should I have this as here? I don't think this conflicts. I don't think that was conflicting with anything, so there we go. Because I used to have it bound to my mouse, but obviously with all of the changes in the game, both to UI and stuff that's available, I didn't have time to reset that yet. But yeah, hopefully everyone is enjoying their Friday. Looking forward to the weekend. Hopefully the week wasn't too rough on you. Just bring this over and minimize this for later. Might as well grab a couple of these on the way. I'm also thinking we should probably name our horse at some point. I realized that we hadn't named him yet. Not sure what yet. always looks nice here in the morning. Already seeing a couple of people around though, which is nice. And yeah, just in case people know, because I don't really partake in global because it can be a bit spicy sometimes, so I do have it turned off. But I have local chat, say everything else on, so. Okay, so we're not really worrying about turtles, so I don't mind bringing our horse up here. We could follow suit with our horse from Pathfinder and name him Charlie. Wonder if I can just rename. Maybe Charlie? Let's see. Oops, hit lowercase on me. There we go. I think that's fitting. All right, so we'll get him to stay there. And let's start fishing. Oh. There's someone in the water with a light gator. Just going for a swim. I'm assuming he was at the caves or something. Alright, hook, line, rice. Good. And we are going at 5:55. And let's get started. So, depending on our luck here, we might finish the daily first and then jump into moral data. But we'll see. Oh. Good quick bite. I like that. Also probably going to have to move my keyboard space around a little bit because I do want to finish eating. Oh, Crystula. Crystula. Actually, it's pretty close to our largest one, but not exactly. Yeah, I know there's the cave up there with, like, the death bridge. And I think people use the Lycators to go around that way to get at it and collect the loot from all the people that were fallen. Fallen literally and figuratively. That is a tiny lad. Oh, rice is there. Crystala's main catch, apparently. Didn't even know that. Nice. Oh, well, I don't mind catching these guys. Obviously, we're going for the Trudus, but Yo. Some fish is better than no fish. Oh, and good news. So my meetings got changed. That's almost our biggest. Actually, it is bigger. 1404. 1404 grams. And it is... Oh, it's August 1st now. Look at that. Forgot about that. Oh, what was I saying? Shoot. Oh. So, when it comes to studio stuff, normally on Fridays I have to end a little early. Well, earlier than normal, because our meeting is at 10. Or, technically 9, but, 9 a.m. for me. So, that's why we were generally ending early. But, it actually got changed to 11 a.m. instead. So, I'll be able to stay to pretty much exactly our normal end time, which is 11. And then we'll be good from now on. So we get a little extra fishing time, which is nice. I guess the same goes for my Tuesday meetings as well, because they also got bumped from earlier to later. So. What do we got here? I'm probably just going to keep doing that. Hey, look at that, Trudis. How many do we need? We need 12 total. All right. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Do. Yeah, I like that there's so much to it. Like, obviously, if you want to cut Trudis out of the pool of bait that you're using, you should use a 1 or 0.2 hook, things like that. Yeah, I'm also excited to... I guess I can say, if I'm very vague about it. So, the project the studio is currently working on essentially has 6 parts to it. We have pretty much finished part 1, and we are now working on part 2. Part 1 came together super nicely, and it did solve a lot of issues. So it did take a little longer because we're doing it from scratch. But, yeah, it's very exciting. Oh. Our meeting today has some, we have some people joining us from outside the studio that are coming in as like advisory role, pretty much. So I'm really looking forward to being able to talk with them. I definitely like getting people's opinions on stuff and like learning from people. even if it's just perspective and it's not something we'll actively use. Like, for example, we had someone come in that was kind of advising and giving us some feedback on our UI design. And while we didn't think everything that they said would really fit in the game itself, there were some great pointers that we didn't even think of before. It's a bit of a weird concept, but I like being proven wrong. Or not necessarily wrong, but if I didn't know something, for example. It's kind of a thing that I've had pretty much most of my life. Now, this is not coming in for people that are being condescending about it. That's a bit different, but if I am in the belief of something and someone thinks that I'm wrong, I like debating about it. Not like a heated debate, but like more conversationally. Because what's the best way of putting it? If you think I'm wrong, I want you to prove it to me so that if I know I'm wrong, I can correct what I believe. I guess that's probably the best way of putting it. So this one's a little slower. Like, for example, if I really thought monkeys ate bananas 24/7 all the time, and someone came in and said, hey, that's actually not true, and it's harmful to them. And I'm like, that's not what I've heard, but where do you get that information from? And if they point me to a source and says, yeah, if they eat too many, the potassium and the sugar content in it is actually bad for them. And they can get really sick off of it. And I'll do my own research too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to rely only on them. But then it's like, oh man, that's actually right. Now, I'm not saying blindly believe what anyone tells you. Definitely do your own research and stuff like that. But for me, it's just... that is a big lad. I like just knowing things. I don't know why. So if something I think I know, oh, that's bigger, is incorrect, I'd rather be corrected than give that information to other people and be wrong about it. Because then you're giving, whether intentionally or not, you're giving misinformation. And I prefer not to do that. Now, you can't always account for everything. Like, if you're, 60 years old, and every single time you were in school, they said, I don't know, there's 300 elements of the periodic table. And you went your entire life with believing that, and then suddenly someone, oh nice, we can get them here. Blue Sorix. Not quite our catch, but nice. Sorry, my brain. And if they invented a new element, but you're still telling everyone 300, but you refuse to learn about it or don't look into it, even though it was correct and you think it's correct, it might not be. Either new information was discovered, well, whatever it may be, Maybe it's the person that taught you didn't know correctly. Maybe new discoveries happened. Except for Pluto being not a planet. I will always believe that there. Who was it? Was it Neil deGrasse Tyson that said, look what they did to my boy when they demoted it to a, I think, was it a dwarf planet or planetoid or something? Can't remember. So we know everything we want is in this fishing pool, which is awesome. The blue Sorex, Crystula, depending on how you say it. And then, you know, look at all that. You just scooch this down here. Just double check here. Gotta refresh the page. Awesome. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna click off this in order to get our bongo cat. There we go. Actually, I might scooch. This way a little. Oh, that's fine. There you go. Let's use this scenery. I like having the moon there. But yeah. Again, hopefully everyone's looking forward to the weekend. I don't know about where you guys were, but this week was very hot in temperature. And today it's even supposed to be warmer, so. Luckily, I am very lucky to be in a room that has air conditioning. So part of the reason it took so long at the doctor's office is the doctor essentially had come back from the States. I'm not going to mention too much about it just because, you know, privacy and all that. But he moved to Canada from the States for his practice. But he said that when he was down there, it was, I think it was 47 or so, he said, Celsius, and with like an 80 to 90% humidity. And it was horrible. And he's like, I'm just glad I got back in time, because apparently it got even warmer. And it's been warm here, but not that warm. But on my end, my hypothalamus doesn't work 100% like it should. So I have a little bit of issue when it comes to internal body temperature control. So I gotta be a little more careful in the very warm days and the very cold days. Although the cold doesn't really bother me as much. And I'm lucky for that, because I really enjoy the snow here. Yeah, both in aesthetic here and outside of stream. I do like my cold more than my warm, and I love my snow and rain. Not sure why. Oh. Hello, Crystalla. A little further than I wanted, but that's okay. I don't know about you guys, but I find it way easier to warm up than to cool down. So that's why I'd rather be cold than sweltering. It's kind of always been like that. There we go. Like, if you're cold, you have heaters, you got blankets. I mean, even if you want to, you could take a hot shower or bath. But I find it less pleasing the other way around. That is not what I am after. Like, other than... Because I'm not counting AC in this, mostly. I guess I should count it, because I counted heaters in cold. But AC, like things like ice packs or, again, cold shower. But you can layer up versus cold, but you can't really layer down too much, or you might get charged for exposure for the heat. And during hot weather, don't get me wrong, I like a cool shower, but I do generally prefer warmer water. Trying to think, like, clothing's probably the biggest thing, right? Like, if you're cold, you can throw more clothing on, grab a blanket, right? Like, the blanket I use for my bed is like this really nice, like, super fuzzy blanket, and it's amazing. Super soft. Technically, it's a cheaper one, like, price-wise, but never had any issues with it. It's like a steel silver blue color too. They keep nibbling, but not bite as much. I wonder if there's a lower chance at night for these guys. Which could be the case. I know some fish have that. There you go. This one's fighting a lot, actually, for being a light one. small canna. Although it kind of looks like a lake almost for some reason. Right. Hey, Basil. Right now, we're going for the daily, which is Trudis. But we also are running rice bait on a size 5 so that we can catch some blue Sorex at the same time. But we're also getting Crystala at the same time, so not a bad spread of fish. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's 12 Trudis is the daily. I'll double check after this. I believe it's 12. Which works out because I have a ton of rice bait. I got like 2.5 stacks. So we haven't really used it for much yet. I think I gotta double check, but we might be able to use it for wow, this one's bigger than our last record by a whole 21 grams. Nice. I guess I should also technically consume my sustenance here. Might have to do it in between casts, though. Nice. I am a new fisher, so still learning what good fish you can catch in Toxia. Honestly, I don't know which ones you can't catch here. There's probably some for sure. I wouldn't say I am the most experienced fisherman possible. There are some people that come in that are pretty... Sorry, one sec. Sorry about that. There are some people that come in the stream every once in a while that are really good. One of the people that probably knows the most that I've seen is Squirrely. He has a Discord, if you're interested in that. And he's probably the best person. Their Discord has all the information if you just do like a search in Discord. I have some stuff here. Like I've been keeping track of our stuff that we've caught. Hey, Reaxis. Just found his Discord. Nice. Yeah. So I can look in a sec here, because I do have my own information here. I've been kind of keeping everything in a notepad and Excel sheet. So, like, I have a notepad document here of all the fish we've caught, the grams and the date, and what depth, what bait, and things like that. Depth, bait, hook are the main information. After I reel this guy in, I'll go take a look. Yeah, so just off the top of my head, guessing from memory, which is not my strong suit, I believe Vent, the ones we've caught were with LTS bait. Blood Kua, I believe, is ground fur. And we caught a lot of calyx fish while looking for them. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna get another Trudis, which is awesome. Yeah, so Skull Kua is between 1200 and 1650 depth. 100 size hook. And ground fur is kind of like the main thing. So that's for Skull Kua. And again, this is my personal most up-to-date information. There could be better things. This is just what's worked for me. Calyx fish we caught with LTS bait. You can catch them with a 0.215 or 10 hook. You want to kind of be below 575 cast depth, but they can go like as deep as like 2000 plus. But they are a bottom feeder to my knowledge, so you want to be lower to the bottom as much as possible without hitting the floor of where you're fishing. Let me see. And Vent. Let me see, where is my... Let me take a look here. So Ventriosis is known for kind of being a little grindy because it is a harder catch. Now this is Squirrely's recommendation. I don't have this in my thing yet, so I'm actually going to enter this in. It looks like... I'll just read kind of what the information is. They're a little weird and sporadic to fish for. Generally, they're at a depth of 1500 centimeters or more. The exact depth will depend on what your max depth of that area is. The best bait seems to be silk, ganoid scales, crystalla, labrum, and most bone and tooth materials. You can use a 1, 2, 5, or 10 hook, and it depends on the bait you're using. And it can only be caught in ocean water. So there you go. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, no worries. And good luck. Fishing's definitely fun. There's other things I like doing in the game as well. Like, I don't think I will be doing strictly fishing forever. But, it's definitely fun to, like, experiment with different baits and stuff. Now, I personally am super experimental in general. Like, I'm doing alchemy and cooking and stuff like that, and I'm keeping track of all of my baits and stuff like that. Actually, not baits, the ingredients, what they made together, the results, that kind of stuff. But fishing is a bit weirder in the sense of you can experiment, because I think there is a very few items in the game that cannot be put on a hook for bait. Some fish even like silver coins. So you can use silver coins as bait for some. So I like looking up information, or people tell me. That's another thing too. When I am specifically looking for a fish, like for a daily quest or something like that. But I try and stay away from like the total here's every single thing possible. Because for me anyway, I get enough validation for the fishing of trying to search for the right information that the discovery in me is happy. But yeah, there's the Discord as well, or there's I don't remember his name. I'll have to find it. There's a chart with not the most up-to-date information, but a good basis, and I'll link it in the chat after I reel this guy in. Are you doing alchemy cooking for a guild or on your own? So I am on my own right now. It's not that I'm particularly avoiding guilds or will never join one. I just kind of want to explore the game kind of right now. Because I did play a bit of the first game, and obviously I've played a bit of this one now, but I'm not super experienced yet. Plus, there's all the new stuff in the new DLC. Well, I guess I'll call it DLC, but I guess it's like mini expansion kind of thing, with all the new skills, which are interesting. But actually, we're going to be going over this later as well. My character data got wiped from mortal data for some reason, so we're having to go re-enter all the information. But the character, I have two characters right now. This character, which is Erwin in the game, generally the one I'll be playing the most. The other character I made to kind of help him in a way. The other character is kind of just a armor smith miner, because a lot of the stuff I need requires gemstones for this character, so I can do my own mining. So this concept for this character is we're trying to go for kind of like the traveling hermit healer kind of thing. I don't know exactly what I want to call it. Traveling healer, kind of traveling alchemist type deal. Wandering druid. So we have our major things are alchemy for potions, obviously. Cooking for sustenance. We have some ecumenical and elementalism magic for support, for like healing stuff, debuff removal, protection spells, things like that. Fishing is our other one as well, which is obviously pretty big. Part of the elementalism as well is we're dipping into weather control, because certain fish will show up during certain temperatures, or certain fish will be taken out based on certain temperatures. Plus, I'll be honest, I really just want to have weather control magic so I can make it snow. You know, there's that. If it wasn't painfully obvious. And then our last kind of like main skill we're using is taming. So we can tame creatures that we find, we can trade them, whatever the case may be. Because if we're doing the traveling healer, we're going to need a decent mount eventually. it's part of the reason I started doing fishing right now is we're kind of working towards getting the money to get the books that we need for our spells. So, yeah. Plus, don't get me wrong, it's fun. I like fishing, but that was what kind of started it off to begin with. So, plus, I've had a lot of fun out of using healing and alchemy and cooking. So, we started in Fabernum when we first came out of Haven, and we were bouncing kind of around the cities a bit. And one thing that happened quite often, but it was fun to do, was all the people dueling in the cities really liked us. Okay, maybe that's a little much, but they did enjoy our presence, because you can't sell things that you've cooked, right? You can't sell it to the vendors or anything. If you don't want it, then the only thing is to really destroy it. So what we did is, for any people that are dueling, when they're done dueling, we'd heal them back up and give them food so they can get their reserves back and they can keep dueling over and over again. They don't have to have the downtime of resting to heal up, dropping their reserves, eating stuff to get that back, all that stuff. So that was fun too. I gotta remember we were spending some time in Tindrum too for a little bit. That was in December and January, I think. Because they had the Christmas event where you could pick up the gift packages around the city, and you can get some rare items, or just generally you got silver. And that's how we generally earned our starting silver to get our first elementalism books from Tindrum. So we went down to Meduli after that, mostly for alchemy, because it's one of the best places for Sea-Dew, which is a healing potion ingredient. So we were there doing quests and stuff like that for a while. We were also doing some hunting quests. Oh, that's a nice one. So we leveled up all that stuff when we were there as well. There was a lot of wolves and I don't remember if it's mountain lions or cougars. One of the two is up on the hill that had a lot of the foraging quests. So we were there for a while, doing all that, leveling taming and stuff like that. Unfortunately, we don't have herding or advanced creature control yet. Those are two of the books that we're trying to work towards getting. Herding will decrease the pet point cost of having multiple pets at once. And the advanced creature control, I believe, is mostly for taming a wider variety of creatures. I don't remember if it changes pet or messes with pet point values at all. I can't remember. Notepad is my friend. I have a list of things. That we're kind of working towards a little bit here. I'm also really interested in the update because they added the larva that you can get from it. And apparently if you keep it fed and alive, it can transform into something. But apparently there's a couple of them, so I'm assuming it's the term tagmatons of some kind. So I'm interested to see, because technically they would probably fall under monster. So they can only be dominated, they can't be tamed. But what I'm hoping for is that it falls under taming as well, since I don't know if you see it like as imprinting from larva, because you're feeding it, you're taking care of it. Maybe. But I haven't looked too much into the new content yet. So. But yeah. Do you just play a couple hours a week? 14... Sorry. 14:25. Oh, that beat our record. That's funny. 14:25 into 54. Right now, yes. Currently I play Mortal on Fridays, and I generally stream for 6 hours. Although I kind of my schedule's kind of flux, as I like playing a lot of different games. So sometimes I'll play more. Generally, I try and keep it near the end of the week-ish to kind of keep somewhat of the same timeline. So, for example, was it last week? I think, yeah, we did Thursday as well. But, just because, like, a stream day isn't that day, people can totally ask questions and stuff like that in Discord or whatever. That's totally fine. I've gotten a couple messages for fishing help throughout the week, and that's totally fine. That is a canna. Oh, look at that. Nice sunrise. But yeah, I play a bunch of different games, mostly for my brain and sanity. I pretty much have the equivalent of whatever game ADHD is, which actually really helps me with my work, funny enough. I never thought it would be as big of a benefit as it has been, because I work, I mean, we're in a smaller studio, so we do a bunch of different tasks, but my main role is lead game designer. So having so many experiences in different genres of games is so helpful. Like, not even just for, yeah, I know that genre, but even, oh, you're trying to do a system like this. There's a game from like 2006 that has something similar that maybe we could look into and learn from that. You know, things like that. Now, it's not necessarily the most beneficial when it comes to YouTube and streaming. You know, most people will give you the totally 100% valid advice of, you know, picking a specific game and sticking with it is the best way to start, which I totally understand. But if I play one thing that much, my brain kind of goes, okay, what's next? So, and I try to avoid that as much as possible because I really like the games, right? Like, I really like Mortal. But I don't know if I could play it 5 days in a row. Like, consistently. That's a tiny lad. You know, not bashing anyone that does, for example. Like, it's just the way I am. Variety is the spice of life. That's definitely true. Especially in my... Oops. I caught it somehow. But yeah, so... I mean, it's a little weird too, because there's so many different genres of stuff I like. So it's a little hard to kind of keep the genre the same. So what I generally try and do is just have the same atmosphere no matter what game we're playing. So whether we're doing like house renovations or something in House Flipper, or, you know, recently we've been doing Dead by Daylight as well, you know, it's more the atmosphere, kind of what we chat about, things like that, that I try and keep more the same. Which, it's just me being me, so it's not too difficult. Which works. So. Because it reminds me, someone... I don't remember who it was. Not that I should really say the name, just in case, but someone had messaged me on Discord when we were playing Dead by Daylight, and they're like, what was it? I don't remember their exact words. It was something along the lines of like, hey, glad to see you playing DBD. Didn't know you ever touched it. It's the first time I've ever seen someone not try and just murder everyone, and I'm trying to remember their words exactly, but I'm not doing it justice. It was something along the lines of like, I've never come across someone that murdered people so casually to lo-fi music. Or something similar to that effect. And I'm like, I appreciate that. So, you know, stuff like that. Now that the moon's gone, I might rotate to my other spot here after we catch this one. But yeah. If you don't mind me asking, like, is fishing the main or only thing you're going to be doing? Or do you have, like, other ideas of things you want to do as well? Like, so many different people I've met have different playstyles in this game. It's always fun to hear and see what people are into. It's the people who murder with chill music, the ones you should be scared of. Yeah. I thought you were... Okay, when I first read the start of that sentence, I thought you were going to say it's the people, the friends of the people you murdered along the way. That's what my brain went to for some reason. Oh. Oh, I love it. And to be fair, we don't always murder them. We only murder them if they're being butts or do teabagging. Oh, actually, I am over in Cucumbered here. Let me go give our friend here some of our fish. Also, I didn't know if you were here when you saw this, or if you saw us Reaxis, but we now have Charlie in Mortal Online as well. Look at all that. There we go. Might as well put that in there with it. Awesome. I've been a tamer for most of my hours, just dabbling into fishing out. Gotcha. Okay, cool. Charlie has awoken. Yeah. The shrill unicorn voices are forever etched in my head. Yeah, exactly. What, you don't like Candy Mountain? Oh my goodness. It actually reminds me, I was watching just some YouTube, I think it was last night or something like that before I went to sleep. And I came across, it was like a reaction video pretty much, but they were reacting to some of the more older memes, or like the original memes, like the unicorns, the original meme, which is the badger, 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 things like that. It was so funny. Or piano cat, stuff like that. And just to see how much the internet's changed over the years. Like, it's weird to think, like, there was a point in just the generation ahead of me, so like my mom, where they didn't have internet at all. Right? There was one, so there's a guy that I watch also, I think he mostly posts his shorts and stuff on Facebook or whatever, but he does like the Skeletor stuff, like the Remember, and then it's just shower thoughts pretty much. And I don't remember the specific numbers involved. It's like, if you were born 35 years ago, you've lived through like several decades, 2 centuries and something else. And yeah, exactly. And one of the things which was really funny, which someone had to said to me when I was in classes actually in university, is something that will forever stick with me, and I feel the pain in my body, is we were doing our, like, we were putting in like when we were born pretty much in our information, and he's like, because it was late 90s, he's like, oh, you were born in the late 1900s. I'm like, oh no, no thank you, I don't want to think about that. Yeah, think about that. It's not technically incorrect. Now you too share in my pain. You'll have that forever marked. This. Okay. I think it's 12, right? Yeah, so it is 12 Trudas for the daily. I want to double check. Yeah. Yeah, there was something else too that someone said. It was like, it's like it was just something they didn't realize. It was like, oh yeah, my mom is older than Google, or something like that. It was weird out of context, but it was like, I can't remember the video context. It was like the parent talking to their kid about something, like it was just like about their age. And then just out of nowhere, the kid's like, oh, you're older than Google. And the lady had to sit down for a moment. Ugh. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, Trudas seem a little bit rare to fish here. We've definitely been catching much more Crystala and Hannah. Oh yeah, the other thing too, I had mentioned earlier, was that I'm excited because we have someone coming into the studio, like an advisor or kind of, they're not a review, they're giving feedback. So I'm super excited for that. Because we had a UI person come in to do the same thing. And they gave us some great tips and stuff. And we are currently finishing part 1 of 6 on the project. And we're moving on to part 2. And I'm so excited. Because we're doing everything from scratch pretty much, other than using, you know, Unreal Engine, which I guess I could say that's not really, it was either that or Unity. Like we're not using any pre-done systems or pre-coded, you know, modules or anything like that. So now that we've done the first part of the project, we have a lot of stuff that we actually don't have to do because they're more modular. So it's going to be even faster to do the rest, which is awesome. Sorry, I hope I didn't break your brain with the previous statements. Also, can't break what I don't have. Self-deprecation humor. Always the best except for the person. But yeah, I was reading something yesterday. Now, I'm taking this with a grain of salt because I don't know the specifics of it. But apparently, there is a reactor being constructed or in design, I don't know the stage, in Japan, where they use mercury in however they have designed the facility. And one of the byproducts is gold. So from the information that I saw, it was like it generates 5 tons of gold as a byproduct every megawatt hour. Or something silly like that. And I was like, huh. If that's the case, countries' economies that are based off of gold standard and stuff like that might have a rough time. Now, again, I haven't done too much research into it yet, so I'm not very familiar with the specifics of it, but that's the gist of what I understood from, like, the article I read on it. Alchemy, exactly. Full Metal Alchemist is becoming a reality. Nice. Good, good. Need 6 more. Halfway done. Oh no, hide the doggos. Yup. Honestly, I'll be frank, I'm surprised our doggo is still around. Like, not to be like pessimistic or anything like that, but she's a small dog. She has like 98% of her hearing gone. She's almost completely deaf. And she only has one eye because it had to be removed because someone was doing something they weren't supposed to. Let's just say that. It was like in one of the places she was going to hang out for the day, like they were dog sitting her. There was like the bushes in their yard or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But she got something in her eye and they couldn't save it, so they had to remove it. I don't remember the specifics. It was a while ago. But she is 18 years old. What is that in doggo years? I can't remember. Obviously, way over 100. My brain can't math right now. But yeah. And just because of her age too, she has, I think it's stage 4 kidney failure. So I think it was like about 9 months ago, they gave her like a month or 2 to live maximum. And she's still trucking on. Like, if she's ever, like, if her pain or anything, you know, and discomfort gets too much, then obviously we might have to look at something, you know, to help with that, unfortunately. But she's still kicking around. That's why I take her for walks every morning. And sometimes, you know, when she has a rough day, she needs some TLC. But she's a trooper. So I will be very sad when she passes for sure. But not only has she lived a very long time, she is currently still like pulling me when we go on walks, tail wagging away. So she is still in a state that she is happy. So Doggo really loves you guys. Oh my goodness, you have no idea. Like, I have to like push her with my foot to get like her away from me. Like when I'm trying to use the washroom or something. She follows me around. Now, this is going to be a little bit sounding like a boast, and I kind of think it is a little bit. I have not had animals that have disliked me very much at all. And I love it because I'm obviously a big animal person. So, but this is even beyond that. This is like, she is tethered to me when I'm not in my room. But yeah, I can think of one. So my aunt had a very skittish dog. She would, as soon as someone knocked at the door, she would bark, go hide, like generally under a table or couch or something like that. It was like absolutely mortified. And my brother, I think my aunt said it took him like 2 months or so until she would kind of not be scared of him. So they obviously live in a different city than me, so I flew up to see them. She's like, just so you know, like it took them, like even my brother, who took not very long compared to other people, it took him like a month or 2 months to warm up. So, don't feel bad if she doesn't, like stick around you, or like if she runs away. Like, that's normal. 10 minutes, I had her in my lap on the couch and I was petting her. Yeah. So I don't know what it is, honestly. I don't know if it's something animals pick up on, or I'm just very fortunate. But yeah. Here when the dog whisper. Not just dogs though. Don't get me wrong. I love dogs. But I used to, before I moved my previous place, for a while I worked at a reptile rescue as well. And I can say similar things about the snakes there. We had iguanas, larger reptiles as well, not just small ones like, lizards and stuff like that, lizards and snakes were like most of the things we got in there. But, yeah. Row snakes, they were very nice. Like, it's, okay. So the reason I got the position there was there was this rescue that was doing an exhibit at a fair, pretty much. Like, it was like a community fair in the city, pretty much. And essentially there was a couple people there doing shows and stuff like that for the different animals, that kind of thing. And I was standing beside the guy that was doing the exhibition, and he was explaining all the different snakes and stuff and what they do, that kind of thing. And I feel something on my shoulder. And I was like, what? I look over. The snake that he had around his neck went from his shoulder over to mine and was just kind of hanging out on my shoulders. And he was so surprised because he's like, I've never seen, I don't remember, this was years ago, by the way, so I don't remember the snake's name, but he's like, I've never seen her interact with anyone else other than myself and like one of the staff. And then afterward, we were talking about it and stuff like that. Like, are you fine with it being there? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. And then he's like, well, we're looking for people to, work there. Are you interested? I'm like, yeah, sure. It wasn't for very long, because I moved, but I liked it. It was fun. We didn't handle any severely dangerous reptiles or anything like that. Like, we didn't have any like rattlesnakes and stuff like that, or vipers come in, obviously, because I don't know if they're illegal in Canada, but we never had anything like that. It was more just like either things that were needed to be kept, like they were either there illegally, needed to be taken out of people's homes, abused animals, things like that. So generally more casual pet reptiles, I guess you would say, were there. There was a couple more exotic things, like the big iguana. It was huge. Like, if I picked it up by its shoulders, like below its front two legs, its tail would still touch the ground. It was wild. But I think that's like, I don't want to say rarest, but probably the most exotic thing we ever had come through. And I had a couple other times too where I worked with other animals, like growing up, there was a ranch I went to a couple times, like during the summer, like a summer camp pretty much. And they had animals there like chickens, peacocks, turkeys, horses, and a couple other things too. At one of my old places, they used to, in a nice way, I'll preface this. I got called the what was it? What did they say? It was Snow White with blonde hair. Because we went out for a like a company picnic once, and I had ladybugs land on me and would not leave me. Like they were just like hanging out. And I brought it, so okay, this one in particular. So the joke was, so we went to the picnic, this happened, and I think it was 2 or 3 days later, we were in the office building, and I felt something on my leg. And I looked down, there was a ladybug on my leg. And the joke was, it was the one that was on me at the picnic, so Franklin followed me home. That was the nickname we gave the ladybug. Oh. Yeah. We even named him. Yep. We did. We named him at the picnic because it, like the others, like once we like took, I think there was like 3 or 4 of them. We just kind of like, I took them off of like the table or me, and I just like, you know, on the finger, moved them over to a tree. But one of them was kind of stuck on the table and didn't want to leave, so we named him Franklin. And obviously it probably wasn't the same one, but it was funny to think about. Yeah. Oh. Priscilla. Not our biggest. Looks pretty big though. Fun times. It was. Also, I just like animals because, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. So I'm not trying to be, like, mean, but, like, they are simple. If you are nice to them, they are nice to you. Generally. Right? Like, I also had friends that had ferrets that I took care of when they needed help. What else? Guinea pigs, hamsters I've worked with, rats, even fish. I don't remember the name of the fish in particular. It wasn't like a piranha. It looked similar to one, but it was like a pitch black, like it had really black scales. I don't remember what it was called. Shoot. Oh, it's gonna bug me now. But when they were on vacation, they asked me to look after it, and I did. I mean, in addition to just liking animals in general, you know, if I can help out, I'm generally in a place that I can, then I enjoy helping out where I can. But yeah. Coder by day, vet by night, Snow White with blonde hair to rescue. Yep. Yep. See, that's the thing that I really loved animals, even like from a kid. I wanted to kind of help animals, like by being a vet. But even when I was younger, I knew I didn't want to be a vet. Because vets are the ones that have to put them down. And then, you know, that's not something I want to see. I have the utmost respect for the people that can do that, you know, but yeah. Yeah. That was the hard part about working at the rescue as well, was you kind of see the worst things people do to animals, because that's why they come there generally. You're still helping them out, but it kind of sucks to see, you know, what people do, I guess. I'll probably leave it at that, but yeah. Yeah. It's the same reason, like, I don't like... I mean, right now I'm super busy, generally. Not thinking just streaming, but also with work and stuff. But even if I had the free time, I probably wouldn't work at, like, a shelter, or even volunteer at one, because it's the same situation, right? So... Now, don't get me wrong. There is part of you that wants to, because then you're like, well, if they were mistreated, you know, I want to be the one that kind of helps them out to make up for lost time or something like that. But, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not necessarily someone in the grounds of, you know, you know, holier than thou, I guess, when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I eat meat, it comes from somewhere, I guess, but try and be as nice as you can, you know? And I guess also from experience, it sucks to, you know, be missing that. It's one of the reasons I don't understand why people get pets and then either neglect them or, you know, mistreat them. It's like... Now, to be fair, they could have other reasons, whether they be malicious or not. Oh, we hit bottom. I was like, why are we getting nothing here? Let me just change and check how much bait we have left. We have 18 left, okay. Hitting bottom here? No, good. Sorry, so... Like, they could have different reasons than me, obviously, for getting one. But... I guess I'll clarify, too, is, like, I don't have any pets of my own right now. Like, my brother has a dog, my mom has a dog. But, if I ever get one, personally, it would be because you want the companionship of a pet or animal, right? That's part of the reason why I like more intelligent animals as companions. Like, it's one of the reasons why I would not probably get fish, because you can't really interact with them too much. I mean, some fish species will die from the stress if you do that, right? Like, that's why I generally like dogs, obviously. They're probably the main one. I don't have a problem with cats either. It's just generally I find cats are more independent, and they just kind of exist in your space. And some people really like that. Like, they just want something there with them and don't want to continuously interact like a dog would. So in that case, cats are great. Now, again, this is just generally. I've definitely had some clingy cats, but Yeah. But you also have to be careful because there's also restrictions on the environment and stuff like that too. Like, one of the things I really liked, and still do, is there's a wolf reserve north of us. Like, far north, but north. And they kind of have like a show area where you can go and see them. And the intelligence of wolves and wolf dogs is insane. But there's a lot you need to know before buying or getting one, right? So I'm always pretty careful about the pets I want to get, because I'm like, okay, well, what is this like? What do they need, you know? Like, wolf dogs, you need to treat them a certain way. And, you know, make sure they need a lot of space to, like, run around. Like, you need a big yard. You need to make sure it's, you know, properly secured or they'll take off. You know, all this, like, specific detail. Foxes are another thing like that some people get that they don't quite understand. Where, you know, they're like, oh, it's going to be adorable. And they are. Most of the time. And then you have to deal with them munching on everything. And most people don't know, you know, how high pitch a fox whine can be. And some people find it annoying. Also need large amount of space to run around. Also have very distinct personalities and can be pretty moody. What else? There was one other one I was thinking of. Oh, birds. Birds in general. There are some species that are worse for this than others, but a lot of people don't know that certain species of birds are so loud they can actually cause hearing damage. I have my hands full with my own moods. I know the feeling. I once heard that foxes are cat software on dog hardware. Yes, that's very accurate. Yeah. Yep, I agree. Yeah, they are great if you understand what you're getting into. And not many people do. That's why so many of them actually end up at shelters. Which is sad, right? Because I've come across situations too, and there's probably a lot of these with like many different pets. It's not just, you know, one or another. But the person or family that got the pet has to give them up. And it's not necessarily from a neglect reason or a like actual concurrent neglect is what I mean. But they didn't understand or might have been negligent on looking up at what those pets need and require and what it's like to actually have them. Right? Like, now this isn't everyone obviously, but you know, I've had a couple sad situations of where people moved and, you know, just they couldn't find a place that allowed pets, which sucks that, you know, people can deny residentials for pets, but it is what it is. So they had to give them up, which is sad, right? So, oh, this might be a blue I don't think it's a blue Sorex. It could be a lighter one, but I don't think it's bending quite enough for that. Yeah. Yeah, so I never, like, judge people that bring the animals in, like when we were working at the rescue, because you don't really know the situation. Because, like, I've definitely seen some people that were, like, really, like, heartbroken or sad to have to give their pet up, right? Especially if they've had them for a while. So, no, it's just a giant herb. So, I mean, although that's just more like general life rule for me. I like learning things, so I try not to judge things too much. At least at first. If you're cheating in Dead by Daylight, I'm going to judge you into the dirt. And then moor you. Oh, that's something we talked about earlier as well that you may have missed. I don't know if you came in before that. I got an email saying we've confirmed who was doing the teleportation hack and punitive actions were taken. I'm not going to say the username, obviously, but it was the two people that we were assuming it was. So they didn't say what action was taken. They just said it was taken. So, you know, I'll trust them with that. So my personal vendetta against the teleportation cheater, or cheaters technically, was solved. Like, I stayed in that match out of spite. Because I get, so they for those that don't know, we are playing Dead by Daylight. And also, thank you for the follow. Give me 1 sec after I finish reeling this in because it's not showing up on my window. 1 sec here. Oh. Almost there. That's herb. Awesome. Let's see here. Oh, it was cake. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. Welcome on in, and thank you. So what happened is I was playing Dead by Daylight, and I was playing as the knight. The match started. I walked forward and used my power, and then one of the survivors, it turned out to be two of them. They were in cahoots. Teleported me with cheats outside of the map and into a terrain feature so that I couldn't move, interact, or do anything in the game. If I leave the game, though, because I also brought an event item in, so I was like, this is kind of disappointing. So instead of leaving, I sat there and recorded the entire match out of not actual, but kind of spite. And then I sent a personal ticket into the devs. Not the in-game one. I actually went full onto Behavior's website and did it. And yes, welcome in. I can't see it directly from here because I am in the game window, but is that a koala? It's adorable. Oh, it's a wombat. Okay. If I had to take a guess then, Australian? I don't know if wombats are only in Australia. I just know that that's where I hear most of them are from. If I am thinking of the right creature. Another herb. No, in the US. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, welcome on in regardless. Our United States friend. Do you play Mortal? Or just enjoy watching? Because there's definitely been some games like that for me. Where it's like, I like the game, but I want to watch someone play it. I don't want to play it personally. Yeah, just getting back into this patch. Nice. Have you played much of the patch yet? Or, like, you're just getting back in? As in, you haven't played much yet? Nice. I want to check how much bait I have after this because I lost count. Just getting back in, few days, still working on the ability books. Okay, so are you still in Haven then? Like, did you make a fresh character, or are you meaning for like the new combat abilities that they added in? I guess skill books is the Haven one, but yeah, I haven't really interacted with the new stuff yet. Not for any particular reason, but our build doesn't have quite the flexibility. I reset most of my tunes, so fresh starts, that's nice. And yes, the combat ones. Okay, gotcha. So out of the ones you've acquired so far, how do you like them? I've seen some people really like them, and some people are like, oh, I don't like abilities. So I'm interested to see what people think of them so far. I think they are great for combat. I was not a fan of the old meta. Oh, the Beyblade spin. For the longest time, I didn't know what they were doing. I just thought they were just being fancy. Spinning to block animations was not my thing. Yeah, no, that's fair. Nice. Oh, hey, that beat our record for Trudis. Nice. 4,009 grams. Nice. All right. Yeah, so I think the only combat skill we really have is archery. I'm kind of interested to see if they'll ever add like magical ones with the adrenaline system. They did? Oh, really? I've only seen like the weapon specific and the generic ones. Like, oh, okay, so like the one that regenerates mana. Not pure mage ones. Yeah, yeah. Because that's the thing. According to the patch notes when we read them, the problem is that for myself, if I have, it wasn't on the list, so I'm assuming it doesn't work. But if you're a tamer, you don't get adrenaline points for your pets when they deal or take damage. Because I think it specifically says when you deal damage or take damage, right? I remember that specifically when the patch notes came out, I was like, I'm not sure. It's rough, it's the case. Yeah, I'll double check after this because I'm pretty sure that's what we were found out in the patch notes, but I'll double check. If this fish ever omnoms, I worry it would be OP. I think there's a way you can do it. Like, for example, if you only had one pet, it would probably be less gain than you yourself being, like, we'll just say tanking damage, okay? So let's say it's like, 75%, right? So you get 75% of the adrenaline that you would normally get for taking damage when your pet takes damage. Or if you had multiple pets, the percentage would be split among how many you had. Something like that. So then you kind of counteract spam pets, right? I think that would be okay, personally. Again, I'm not looking at their metrics or information, right? So I don't know 100%, but let me double check this really quick here. Let me just back away from the edge a little bit, just in case someone comes by when I'm tabbed out. Mortal. There we go. Okay, so yeah. Every combat ability costs adrenaline to use, which is a new resource similar to stamina or mana. So when not fighting, your passive generation of adrenaline goes up to 1. So you can always start with 1 in combat. As long as your weapon or whatever skill you're using only costs 1. It's gained by engaging in combat-related actions, including dealing damage, taking damage, parrying, killing someone, or performing a fatality. And then damage by the abilities themselves does not generate more adrenaline, which is, fair enough. So when taking damage, you gain 4 times more adrenaline. And when you're out of combat for 7 seconds, it begins to drain. Yeah. So there's nothing in here that says that... Like, I guess necromancers would also have that issue, right? Because one of the problems I have is healers. Healers do not generate adrenaline at all unless they're tanking damage, right? Yeah. And then humans decay adrenaline 3 times slower. Overin passively generate up to 2 instead of 1. Ogrim gain more adrenaline from taking. And Thursar get +1 to maximum. Right now I get the short end. Also, I guess I play Skelly Mage. When you put the weapon and shield away, it takes away your adrenaline. You keep it if you don't switch the weapon type in your hands. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, it makes it a little bit better, I suppose. Oh, I was checking bait. See how much we have left. 5 more. Okay. If you sheath the dagger to cast and then pull it back out, you'll still have stamina, but if you switch weapons, you'll lose it. I wonder why. I wonder why they did that. Because if it was instantaneous, I could understand why they do that. Like, if you can, like, you know, rotate your mouse wheel forward and you're ready right away. But there is an animation to change your weapons. So there is a time delay if you swap weapons. So, like, for example, if you're using a dagger, you know, I'm giving them, you know, little pokes. And then when you have enough adrenaline, say there's a situation that calls for a different weapon. So then you swap to that weapon to use that ability. Maybe, if I had to just guess, maybe they don't want it to be... They don't want people to have, like, multi-builds or something like that. It'd be tied to the body, not the weapon. I think they wanted to avoid using one weapon to generate a lot of adrenaline and swapping to a bigger weapon that has a higher cost ability or something. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't looked at all the costs and stuff. That's something I wish they showed, is the level requirement and the cost. Oh, I think it does show the cost. Sorry. I think it does show the cost. It doesn't show the level requirement. If you don't lose it all too, only half or 4. Okay. Level requirements are only on the books, I think. Yeah. Because that's what I was looking up to see, was because we don't have a ton of skill points, because we're spread a little thin, I don't have a ton of points to level up archery. So I was like, okay, let me take a look and see which ones I can use. And then it doesn't give you any of the information from the skill menu. I was like, oh no. Oh. All right. Let's see. Almost there. Canna. Okay. So yeah, so they have the cost for in adrenaline as the circles, but if you hover, it doesn't have anything. So like what I was mentioning before is snapshots decent. The only other two I really would like to learn would be force arrow and retreat, because I'm not one that's going to be engaging in a lot of PvP in the sense of active combat. Healing and stuff is totally fine, but force arrow for knocking enemies away from you if they're chasing you, same with retreat. Those are like my idea for those two. Rejuvenate and energize were nice. Amplify is decent for healing because, well, more heals. Brace is okay if you are fighting melee guys. Obviously, ward's the opposite. The one thing I'm interested to see about poise is if it increases or prevents you from being knocked off of a mount, or if it's just personal. Like if you're being knocked down on your feet. I like spread shot on my MA for PvE mostly. Just really high damage on something like Razor Head. Yeah, that's the 70% damage at 3. Yeah. Also, volley sounds cool. Because you could do something like... So, shoot a normal shot, snapshot volley. And that's what, 3, 4, 5 shots in a very short amount of time if you have 3 adrenaline. That's cool. Find it very clunky to use. Like the timing feels weird and can't get it down. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'll have access to with bow skill. Because we are, again, spread a little thin on this character build. So we have cooking, alchemy, taming, fishing, ecumenical, and elementalism. So we have a lot of things. We could only do it on the human clade. Although I had mentioned this before, is that's a lake. Decent sized one too. I think this is our last bait. I didn't include the, is it masteries? I think it's called masteries, right? The constellation stuff. I didn't include any of that in my build planning. Mostly because I didn't want to get stuck somewhere because I thought I had skill points when I really didn't. Let's say 2 more. Okay. So I technically have more skill points than I think I do, but I didn't want to rely on that yet. Oh, and obviously part of alchemy and stuff, we have gathering created too. And thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate that. Is it Windhorn? Is that how you say it? Yep. Okay, awesome. But thank you again. I really appreciate the follow. And welcome in. Okay, let's see. How many more do we need? Only 2 more. So we'll go grab some more bait because we're going to need some anyway. We do still have to work on the mortal data stuff. I'm interested to know from anyone else. Have you ever had or know of character data going missing from mortal data if you use it? Because I had that happen, and after we were done the daily, I was gonna bring it up to work on fixing that. Nope, I have a ton of characters that are years old on it. Okay. Because I had this character and my other character built up on it. I was like, oh, maybe like I use like a different email to sign in or something like that, but I was on the right account. But sadly, it seems like it's gone. Maybe you happened to log into Google one time and then Steam another time or something. Yeah, I did check that. Although, I do remember signing in with Steam before, but when I tried to log in, Steam is not an option anymore. Or sorry, it is an option. Weird. Let me see. Huh. I'll have to check that afterward. That's a good point. Maybe I didn't have the right Steam account signed in or something, and it was confused. Thank you for that. I didn't think about that. Saved us some work. Potentially. We did see some people here earlier, but haven't for a while. Oh. We're gonna actually probably pick up some silver as well, because we'll have to pick up more dial because we're almost out. Charlie hungers, apparently. It's funny that we're missing one. It's also kind of hilarious that my horse has like triple my HP. I guess that makes sense when you think about it, but mathematics versus character, still pretty funny. So we're gonna need some more rice for the bait. We definitely seem to be in the right spot though, so that's good. And here we are. All right, buddy. If you don't mind, I'm gonna take all the stuff from you. Doop, doop, doop. Snort. All right, Trudis down here. Canna. Castilla. Gherkin and Lake down here. And more herb. Look at this. This is too many fish. Let's grab like... We should get one within 20. And then let's grab... Oh, not the whole thing. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to quit here. Reopen. There you go. I think it's 60. I think it's 60 silver for a decent amount. Let's check. One more fish, and then, oh my goodness. The lighting system says hello. That was one of the things I had mentioned too. It was funny that they fixed the waterfall. It was the first thing I noticed when I came back to the game, because it was a little while. It was a couple months since I played. And just like, I spent so much time there, I was used to seeing like it be like a fractured piece of glass almost. And it was just hilarious that was the first thing I noticed. I'm not sure exactly when we're gonna head out. Oh, I guess I have a question that you may or may not know the answer to. In the patch notes, they did say that there's the new larva that you can take care of, and if you keep it alive and fed, it can transform into, I'm assuming, one of the tagmatons. Do you know if they are available for taming, or it has to be dominated? Because that's something I wasn't sure about and was concerned about. Because we don't have domination. But then I was thinking, well, it makes sense that you could do both, because it would be kind of a monster, obviously. So domination should work. But if you're going on the basis of, you know, you're raising it, you know, maybe, you know, think of like imprinting or something like that. Could be possible. I think you get the egg and it creates a larva that you just own and don't have to tame or dominate. I'm 100% sure, but I don't believe on that. Okay. Yeah, I haven't, like, specifically looked it up yet, because, you know, I don't want to see all the spoilers for the new stuff yet, but... I was making coffee. Nice. Talking about the Starship Trooper bugs. Yes. I wasn't sure if the larva needed to be dominated or tamed, because it does technically qualify as a monster more than taming, but I was hopeful that we could tame it. But Windorn said that you might just have it when it hatches. All I know is you can trade it. Oh, okay. Interesting. Not sure if that was intended. I have the patch notes still open. I'll check it after this. I think they mentioned something about it. Let's see. And because we're waiting for it, they stop nibbling right away. It's the laws of gaming. If you're looking for something, it doesn't happen. When you complain about it, it does. See? Look at that. Also, the other law of gaming, as soon as you put the controller down is the time that you're going to get the quick time event. Yep. It's so true. Yeah. So many times I've been fishing, nothing's biting, so I'm like, okay, I'll grab a sip of water or something. I like reach over to grab it, and then that's when it bites, and I can't grab the mouse in time. Okay. So let me double check this really quick. Okay. So one of the new mechanics is the ability to find and hatch brood eggs. They will be obtained largely from the brood mothers. Each one will hatch into a wriggler. If you manage to keep this wriggler alive and fed for long enough, it will undergo metamorphosis, turning into one of many new and interesting pets. That's all it says. It doesn't say that trade of them is possible, but it also doesn't say it's restricted. So, not sure. Does anyone on Earth actually like QuickTime events by making me hit one button during this video that actually does nothing? It's a surprise factor. That's it. Most games do it either as an interaction mechanic or in longer cutscenes to make sure the player stays focused or interested in what's going on. That's generally why it's used. Although some games have it, a lot of story-based games, like Telltale and stuff, work with QuickTime events. Which is interesting why. I guess it's like an interaction point that they can do that doesn't require full keyboard control or stuff like that. Normally it's with mouse, obviously, but it's like normally you're taking a more passive role in the story other than the choices that happen. So maybe it's kind of like a forced interaction for attention. That would be my guess. It's not something that I generally think about when we're working on games or anything like that. QuickTime events were really popular in a bit older games too. I think, like, obviously older games had them, but I think the first time I've seen a ton of them was Infamous. I think Prototype had a bunch. The older Star Wars games had them as well. And there's one game I'm trying to think of. Marvel adopted it with like this older Spider-Man game too. I think that was the PS2 version. There's one game in particular that was in my brain, but I can't remember the name of, that's bugging me. Tomb Raider had a lot of them. It's not Infamous that I'm thinking of, it's Uncharted. I believe Uncharted had quite a few too. But to be fair, those games I've played so long ago, my memory might not be fantastic with it. Oh, cool. Didn't realize you're game dev. Yes, I work as a lead game designer. I just hate when they are too contrived. Yeah, that's fair. Like when you just hit A and it doesn't matter even if you did. Okay, that's the worst one. Where even like some games, like I think it was either Marvel or Disney got caught in this recently in a couple of their games, where people just let the thing go, and either it just waited for you to push the button, like you could not lose, or it just restarted the same thing. Or even, I think even beyond those two, is even if you failed it, the same thing happened. So, it didn't matter. Because that's like the worst feeling in a game that has QuickTime events, or like any choice-based game. Like, that's why a lot of people really disliked the newer, plus the ending of Mass Effect 3, was pretty much everything was the same no matter your choice. Like, I think the dialogue was slightly changed and the color of the beam. What a letdown. Yeah, exactly, see? So, like, a lot of games, like, you need the choices to actually matter if you're putting that in, because players aren't dumb. Plus, there's always going to be the person that save scums, which is technically not a great way of saying it, but like, save right before the choice and reload just to choose the different options to see what would happen. And if they discover that it's the same thing, the choices lose all meaning right then. Right? Like, other than voice actors and general story, I think that was one of the reasons people liked, you know, one, the earlier Mass Effects. Most people obviously know, I don't know about their recent ones, but the older Telltale. Things of that nature. But the one I remember the most was Infamous. So in Infamous, actually no, Fable also had this. So in Infamous, you are a dude, pretty much, that gets electric abilities, okay? And based off of your good actions or evil actions, it changed your alignment. But it also changed how your character looked and what abilities you could have and what they looked like. So if you went the evil route, you got more destructive and AoE abilities because you don't care about collateral damage. But also your character got paler skin, dark veins, and the lightning turned red. And it was the opposite for good. It was blue, with more precision abilities to make sure you don't hit, you know, civilians or other things like that. And Fable, yeah, Fable was good, especially the earlier one, where it's like, if you're evil, obviously, it changes the visual appearance of your character as well. Yeah, you felt connected to the tune with the reaction to the gameplay. Exactly, yeah. 100%. Like, and I think the earlier Mass Effects definitely had that too with the Paragon Renegade. But I don't remember if I liked the first one or the second one more. It's been a while. I know I played a lot of the online mode. I loved the online mode when it came out. The wave defense. And what were the big guys? Were they wraiths? I remember them because they were very annoying. They like grabbed you and insta-killed you. Oh, I can't remember. Plus the Cerberus mechs. Those were annoying. I remember. That's the weird part about my memory, is like, memory loss is such a weird thing. Because it's like, sometimes I can't remember where I put things down. Or very... you should remember this kind of detail. But then I remember that very specific thing at that very specific date, like 10 years ago. Getting pretty unlucky with this. We have bait. I was like, maybe we ran out of bait, but no. I'm the same way, it's ridiculous. I remember so much useless stuff in perfect detail, but I can't remember a single birthday from before I was 21. Exactly, yeah. Yep. It's so weird how it works like that. I mean, my memory is also a little strange too, just in general. Because I have no... Like, my working memory is pretty bad, but I have no visual memory. In the sense of... If I try and remember people, I remember information about them, but I can never visualize it. So it's like trying to remember hyper specifics. But here's the other thing. If you ever tell me a League of Legends character, even though there's like over 100 of them, I can probably tell you every single one of their ability. Oh, it's weird like that. Oh, well, except the new characters that came out, because I haven't played the new ones, so I haven't played League in a while. I definitely keep up with the lore, though. I like my world building and storytelling and stuff like that. That's why I like running D&D. Well, technically it's not D&D, we run Pathfinder, but pretty much the same thing. But yeah, at some point we'll be able to play the Ride MMO. At some point, someplace, sometime. I'm definitely looking forward to it though, because I really like their world building and stuff like that they have. To be fair, it's also something just I've been following a while. I kickstarted the Pathfinder MMO. Oh. To be honest, I don't even remember that. I remember there was another normal D&D one. Like Neverwinter is one of them, obviously. But there was a second one for a while. There was also the... Oh my goodness, so many games over the years. Oh, I found you. All right, let's see. Herb. Cristula. Trudis. Oh no, that's Canna. There you go. Hi. Okay. Oh, thank you. I do need to do something about all this herb at some point. Oh, actually, I can take this off of you now because we don't need that. There was a couple games I was really sad that died. I mean, one game that I really like, but I just don't agree with the way that they're developing it, is Conqueror's Blade. Because it kind of fits a middle ground for me of, like, more personal combat. It's like, what's the best way I can explain it? For Honor meets Dynasty Warriors. There you go. Daily task done. I'm assuming, yeah, we already did that one, so can't do it again. I haven't heard anything new about Kelp Dragon being fixed, which is a little unfortunate. So, we'll probably go deposit this and then see about mortal data. I thought they said it was fixed, actually. Oh, okay. I just haven't seen an update on it. No, I just mean, like, I haven't heard if they fixed it or not yet. I can check. Did they say something on Steam? Let's see. Oh, they put patch notes out on the 23rd. Let's see. I don't see it in the most recent patch notes. They claim it's fixed. Okay, so it must have been like a hot fix or something, not included in the patch notes. It was just Harris saying something on the Discord that after a restart a couple days ago it should be fixed, but I don't think there was a big announcement. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And Grishop, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome on in. And again, thank you. Okay, so yeah, maybe they just hot fixed it and it worked. Because last Friday when we were... It was such a pain in the butt because the Kelp Dragon was the daily quest. And we didn't know it was bugged for the longest time, so we were sitting there trying to catch it for so long, and it's like... Huh... This doesn't seem to be working. And then someone had mentioned it was bugged, and then we went and checked, and yep, sure enough it was. Solid chunk of change. We have 56 of these now. Okay, so let me try... Copy. Okay. Might frame drop a little bit here. I gotta open my other browser. Let's see. Log in with Steam. May have been signed in with the other one. Let's see. Steam. If I log in using this. Yep. I think this may be it. Hold on a sec. Let me double check my stuff here. No, this is the different one. Okay, so I'm gonna have to log in on the email account, that's why. Okay. Let's do that really quick. Because I know that there's some stuff we have to call from our stuff. I'm also interested to see if there's any better fitting titles. Mortal data. Hello there, Steam. Can you work with me here? There we go. There we go. Oh my goodness, it's been so long since I've had to do a manual sign-in. Okay, oh, there we go. Hold on a sec. There we go. Awesome. The power of the Steam app. Remote login. Yes. Windorn, you were 100% correct. It was because of the Steam account. I tried logging in through email instead, that's why. Many thanks. Huzzah. Indeed. Okay, so let me open this here. So, let me just bring up display capture, probably. That duplicates. That's fine, I'll just shrink and maximize. Okay. So this is currently what we're working with. So we got 110 psyche, 105 intelligence, 70 con, 81 dex with 40 strength. So we have pretty much, I think, yeah, look at this. We have exactly all of our points in, both in profession and action. So I don't remember. Did I do... Yeah, I didn't up range combat at all in here. Let's hide secondary for now. So yeah, all of our taming stuff obviously is here. Animism, beast mastery, creature control. And then I believe this should still have element. Oh, this is a different one. I think this is the one before we modified the elementalism change. I must not have saved that when I changed it. Because there was a couple things we decided changing would be good. But yeah, so the gifts are still selected. Awesome. So yeah, we haven't done any of the mastery point allocations. Because again, I knew this existed when we were looking at making the character, but I wasn't sure how long it would take, and I didn't want to say, you know, maybe it gives you 4 profession points, but you need those extra to get the second thing after it, but because you don't have the mastery, you kind of soft lock yourself out of it until you reset it. So that's why I didn't include these. But I gotta run. Good luck on the build. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I think it's missing some stuff. So we will have to modify that later. So I thought I had to do this from scratch. So now that I don't, what I'll probably do is just save this for later. And I can do this on my time. Just edit those down. That's not too bad. Okay. So let's see what the other fishing things are that are available right now. Let's go take a look. Obviously, we already completed the daily one, so we can't do that again. But let's see what's on our list. Watch your head. All right. So Kelp Dragon being fixed is awesome. Let's see. LTS 1 or 5 at 555. Okay. So let's give it a shot then. So we already have the hook size 5 on us. We just need LTS bait for this. And we're fishing at 555 depth. But we do want to make sure it's relatively around 50% of the floor depth total. So just above 1100. Not that one. This one. So let's grab probably 20. Maybe? Maybe 50. Let's grab 50 for now. We have hook size 5, bait, strong hook, and our armor. Awesome. Okay. So we're gonna head back down. We're gonna try catching these guys now. I'm gonna laugh so hard if the dev saying that it was fixed in the Discord is just to get people to try and fish for it, and it isn't actually fished, or able to be fished. Just getting everyone to use all their bait. I don't think they would do that, but it would be pretty funny. I think let's try fishing from this one this time. We normally fish from that side, but although it is heading into nighttime, so we will get more of the moon and the scenery if we go over there, but that's fine. Obviously, we're only fishing at 5:55, so we don't have to worry about anything like turtles. I think over here is the deepest part. Don't really want to climb up there. Over here. That's pretty nice. Right. So yes, Kelp Dragon 555 with strong line, LTS, and hook 5. All right. Let's see if I can cast here. Yep. I still haven't found a better screenshot, though, of fishing than our first time fishing and having the meteorites land in front of us. This is a nice one, though. Yeah, that was back from when we were still in Fabernum. Oh. Okay, apparently we're at the bottom here. How are the Reds out that way? Been looking for a spot to build a home. I don't know. I have not really had a problem since the update. Prior to the update, there was a couple guys running around the island occasionally. Like, rarely, I guess. And they would kill you. They were from Carnimada. Now, I haven't really had any other interaction with any of these other than Odin Seed. I met a bunch of their guys when I was talking earlier about going around and doing the healing and stuff when they were running duels. A couple of those guys were Odin Seed. But I don't really know the guilds and stuff too much. The only problem that I recall with Toxia and Morin Kerr is you're kind of linchpinned on how to get in and out of the area. So when I first came here, Squirrely had mentioned, you know, just ghost walk here. Because from my understanding, the main way to come in is from up here, from the mountains. I don't know about following the river. That could work, but I think this might be a waterfall. But this is like the main way in. So when I came from Meduli, I essentially ran all the way up here. And then we came all the way up this ridge line. And we had to go up through, I think it was Cave Camp. And then down and around. I don't remember the exact route, but like that was the main way in. And that's like one of the things that people have mentioned to me is that you know, you're kind of funneled, I guess. You kind of got a linchpin of a way in and out. So, there is that. But as far as like the area around it, I really like how it looks. Again, the only problem I've ever had was there was a guy that killed me for collecting stuff on this island from Carney Mata, and he's like, this is owned by us, which is whatever. I guess I shouldn't cast right here because the depth is too big. But other than that, you know, the people in Toxia have been really nice. Haven't had too many issues. We had an actual death knight. I can't remember the character's name. It was like Dark Rider or something like that. And it was a guy dressed in like, I think it was black armor or something else. And he had like a hat. I can't remember. Or a hood. And I told him about the guy that was here. I'm like, hey, because I didn't know who it was. I'm like, hey, just so you know, there's a guy running around here. He's attacking people, so just be careful. And he's like, don't worry, I'll solve the problem. And then he just rode off. I never saw the Carney Mata guy again, and I never saw that guy again. I don't know where he went. I don't know if he brought him to the underworld, but it was pretty funny. But yeah, it's been pretty peaceful here. Both are still fighting to this day, they say, yep. The true eternal conflict. But yeah, again, I don't know how the house system works. I've never really delved into that, so I can't say the specifics on that. I don't know if you need just money upkeep or there's resource upkeep or something like that, but if there's resource upkeep, unless you can kind of secure a way getting resources in and out easily, that might be something to think about. But, you know, if I wasn't doing like a traveling healer type build, I don't think I would personally mind setting up here. But there are other places in the game I want to go to, other things I want to see, things of that nature, so. I believe, though, when you set... If you set a personal house, can you have a teleporter, or is that only guilds? I don't know. I've seen the guild ones, but I don't know about personal. Yeah, the priests. Sorry, not teleport, but like you can recall to them. Yeah. The home too. Okay, awesome. That's cool. Then it might be worth it. Oh, you do need a guild. Okay. Okay. Because I was like, if you could do it in a house, that would be a reason to set one up here. So then, like, if you were exploring, but you wanted a way to go back to a certain location for whatever reason, if you wanted to, then you could set that up as kind of like a fast way of getting back. But if it's a guild specific, then that might be a bit different. You may see some pre-patch priests that can still be placed in homes, I think, but they took them out as far as I know. Oh, okay. Oh, not quite enough. Let's see, what do we got? That's a big herb. I love how rigid they are. Our biggest herb is like 4,200 grams though, so that's not getting near it. Oh, okay. This is a super light one. I think the biggest one that we've caught is still the, like, there's a frog. Just making sure we didn't hit ground there. Was a 32,219 gram silk ray. But all of our legendary catches have been silly. It was 2 legendary herb and a legendary canna. That's what we caught legendary so far. Another frog. Oh, that's actually decently sized. Oh, that might not be far enough. Gotta get a little bit of charge on it. There we go. I would like to enjoy fishing at some point, but around Fabe and Tin still hot zone for reds. Oh, really? Did it amp up after the update because they were fighting for territory? That would be my guess. Yeah, like, I haven't seen, other than that one guy that killed me on the island, I haven't seen any reds here. Just blues and golds. Not sure, I just get hit on the tasks more, not the last few days. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, I wonder if the guilds, especially the combat guilds, are more active now because of how active you need to be. Because I think it's every, we were doing the math, I think, in the patch notes video, but it's like every 4 hours your guild can be attacked again. So you need to have combat people available like 24 hours a day. So that might be why guilds are pushing for it. But, I don't know. Like, I had a decent time in Fabernum and Tindrum. I didn't have too many issues. I got attacked, I think, once out of Meduli up on the mountain. I think it's this mountain, actually. When we were doing the mountain line or cougar, I can't remember which one it is, the quest there. But other than that, we've been pretty lucky. We haven't run into a lot of PK people. Yeah. But I know there was, like, obviously because of the update, everything was, like, available. So there was also, like, a mad dash to try and claim more territory. So I wonder if, like, the guilds end up called on, you know, members that may have been, you know, away from the game for a bit. Probably more people came back because of the update too. So maybe a lot more of the reds that were inactive or kind of were doing their own thing, maybe got more active because of that. I don't know. That's my guess. It's also a thing too because like I'm not very familiar with like the politics of all the guilds, like what they're known for and stuff like that. That was more my thing when I was running a corporation in EVE Online. I did a lot more of that, but sunk way too many hours into EVE Online. Holy cow. Not that the game was bad at the time, but it's as soon as they added pretty much allowed RMT, it just killed the game for me. Not quite yet. That's kind of the problem with Albion Online too. Because you can just you can buy gold, trade it for silver, and then unlock any of the stuff you want. You still have to spend the time, technically, but you could speed it up just by getting like the XP books and stuff. Also, I don't know if they've improved it, which they could have. Albion definitely had a bot problem. Because all the nodes were static after the resets, you would see bots just running everywhere in circuits around the map. They did do a large ban wave, though, when I was playing, but there was still an issue, so I don't know what it's like now. Holy nibble. They just don't want to bite it. What's going on? Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably come across more players when we venture out of Toxia more. And hopefully we can keep those interactions as positive as possible. It's one of the things in the game... what's the best way of saying it? I know we can get PvP'd, and I do expect to be killed, but I'm pleasantly surprised when I'm not. Because generally, like, again, I like being, you know, support character, helpful around, so... The only thing that I don't know how it works is I don't think a blue player can heal a red player, right? I think there's a restriction on that. I don't remember exactly what it is. Or it might count as bringing you either gray or red if you allow it. I can't remember. No, sure, I don't heal reds. Wait, I can't remember. You don't gain red status for fighting in guild fights, right? Like if you attack opposing guilds. I don't know how the mechanics work for that. Correct if they have a war declaration. Okay. They're at war and can fight anytime. Okay. See, I'm, I guess, in the minority and a little on the weird side when it comes to that kind of stuff, because, like, if the game allows me to, again, I don't know the mechanics behind it, but, like, if I see a red getting om-nom-nommed by a bunch of dogs, like in the wild or something, I'll still try and help. I don't know what I can do other than, you know, healing, but, you know, I'm not saying don't be cautious, right? Like, you still gotta be smart about it, but you also have to, you know, have the knowledge of you might die. But at the same time, even if they're red, I think they would prefer being healed than having to walk back in underwear to collect their items. I don't know. I mean, it's also different if they attack you, right? Like, if there's a guy that's attacked us before, just for whatever reason, either being a nuisance for an actual reason, who knows, then it's like, they've already killed me before, so I have more of a suspect to believe they'll do it again after I save them. So I'm gonna err on the side of caution. But again, I don't even know if blue people can heal. Because again, I'm not planning on ever, you know, gaining bounty for any reason. So I do remember some people saying be careful who you're healing, though. Now that I'm remembering. Not because of what I just talked about, but because of it can change your state. It might be to gray. I'll check after I reel this in. Because now I'm curious. I mean, if you can't heal, you could always just trade them and give them some, like, healing potions or something. Or bandages. Could be as simple as that. There we go. I think this is too light to be one, unfortunately. I think as long as the red is not gray. Okay. In criminal action, then you can heal. Okay. But my concern is if you heal them, does it mark you as a criminal for doing that? I don't know how I feel about that if that's the case. Because, like, imagine, like, you and a bunch of blue guys are fighting off some reds attacking you, and you cast a healing spell, but your friend moves out of the way and you heal the enemy instead. Only if they're gray. Okay, let's see here. Let me just really quickly back up. Okay, here we go. So blue is innocent, gray is if they've done bad things, attack, steal, kill on blue players. Red is players who have murdered 5 other people or more. Which decreases for every 1 for every 20 hours in game without murder. Players of all colors can attack gray or red players without getting gray themselves. Wait, I thought if you attacked red, you still went gray. No, red's free game. They just get to defend themselves. Okay. And you can't report them if you lose. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't see anything about healing in here, so I guess that's a good sign. We might have to ask a red person at some point to try and come here so we can try healing them and see what happens. Oh, that's gonna hit the bottom there, I think. All right. Yeah, because the other thing too, I guess I'll mention too, is I've met some... Although, I guess this was the first game, so it might be a bit different. Like, I've met PK people... Oh, hello. Moon Cup. Just one second here. Not what I was expecting to catch, but, you know, I'll take it. A lot of, like, or not a lot, but some of the criminals I was either come across or chatted to, things of that nature, were RP characters as well. Like, they just really enjoy doing, like, RPing a character in the game. So, generally, even though they're red, if you kind of act like you would in that situation, they actually might just be fine with you. Like, I remember one time I was out mining or something like that with the character I was using. Because the character I played in the first game was a blacksmith character. And I remember coming across someone before that was, like, trying to rob me, pretty much. Like, they were being a bandit, pretty much. And then I just, like, chatted with him and said, like, you know, oh, you know, sorry, I'm new to the area. I don't have any money or anything on me. I just have like stone and stuff from mining, you know, the quarry down below. Like I can give you some of the stone, but it's all I have, that kind of stuff. And then he's just like, oh, another peasant. Fine, be on your way. Just like stuff like that. Oh, now we're catching all the Trudas, even though we already have the quest done. Awesome. Yeah, so you can still have good interactions with red players. Again, you need to be careful. Like, don't just like walk up to any PK person and be like, hey, how's it going? But yeah, some just want the murder count, exactly, so yeah. Which is gonna probably be the bane of our existence once we actually get the traveling healer kind of stuff set up. But even though we'll probably die a lot by doing it, I still think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. The only thing is we're gonna need to make sure we have enough money to be able to replace our stuff. Luckily, I think most of the expensive stuff for our build is just the skill books and scrolls and stuff like that. Another moon cup. Okay. I mean, maybe the mount. If the mount dies, you know, one, that's gonna suck, but two, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be expensive depending on where we are. But, because we have taming, we could just tame ourselves another mount. So we don't necessarily need to buy one, which is nice. Oh my goodness. So 14, actually that beats our record. 94. Awesome. I can't remember exactly which one. Back when we were originally going over the build on stream, I think people recommended the... I think it's the white Olva that you can get in the north. I think that's what it was. Because if we're doing the traveling merchant kind of style, we need a mount that's, one, can survive with decent stamina and health, but also can have a decent carrying capacity. So I think that's why it was recommended. But I'm not familiar too much with mounts in Mortal 2 yet, so... we'll have to see. There we go. I mean, the white Olva also kind of fits, you know, the whole snow theme. But then it's like, would possibly a lighter, faster mount be better? Because if we're traveling, we may want to get to places more quickly, or not just for a travel reason, but like escaping if there are people that try and attack you. But then you need to balance out how likely are you to escape with that speed. Do you need to find a mount that's kind of got more stamina? Because there is... I think there's two ovals, right? There's the white one, which is the north one, and there's the brown one, which is southern. I think. Can't remember. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Voidless. Pretty good. We managed to finish up our daily quest, which was pretty nice. Oh, thank you. Oh. So we're kind of just doing another side quest here. Although we haven't been very lucky finding this. We're looking for the fish that was bugged last week, but apparently one of the developers on the Discord, it says, is fixed now. And it is a quest in rotations. Oh. We'll trust him. But yeah. Oh, good luck. Yeah, I know, right? Thank you. I appreciate it. Trying to think what else. There was a lot of talk of, you know, how long we've been around. Also, the doggo. Can't believe she's 18 years old. Well, that was a fast bite. And what else? Oh, here's one for you, Voidless. Do you remember the other day when we were talking about the Dead by Daylight cheater that teleported? Yeah? Okay. I got an email this morning from Behavior saying they have found the ones responsible and punitive action has been dispatched. So. Yep. So that's nice. And they got back to me pretty quick too. They had mentioned that it might take a while because of they're having a really big backlog right now. A lot of people aren't pleased with the current update. I mean, some stuff is, you know, pretty rough. Like the loading screen bug, having a random steel piping. But, you know, I don't get too mad about it. And apparently we actually accidentally triggered a bug yesterday. So I don't know if you were around at the time when I was doing Dead by Daylight. Or was it yesterday or the day before? Might have been the day before. But when I was picking up an item from the chest... You were forbidden. Okay. So we were in the desert map. I picked up an item, placed it down, and then rummaged through the chest again. And I didn't like the item, so I picked up the medkit again. I healed with it, and I was like, wow, this perk is amazing, because we had the new Streetwise perk, which increases the charges items have when you find them in chests by 80%. And it came with a add-on that added charges. So I thought it included the add-ons in the when it says 80% more charges. But apparently there is a bug with Streetwise. If you pick up items more than once, it multiplies the charges they have on it every single time. So if it has 20 items, you pick it up, 80% more. Put it down, pick it back up again, 80% more out of the total. And someone said that they were testing it and they got up to like 11,000. Like normally they have like 24 or 26 charges. They got up to like 11,000 charges on like a med kit. It was hilarious. Or it might have been a toolbox. But it was just silly. But apparently it's the perk just being bugged right now. They've also brought up some other things that are kind of a little rough with this patch with the new characters. Now, I know that this may be a licensing thing, but apparently only the voice lines specifically talked are the voice actors. So the grunts of pain, screams, sound effects from like the plague, that kind of thing, are all done by either someone else or like just created. So they sound nothing alike. Now, I know sometimes either it's not required or they don't want them to do it. In licensing for voice acting and stuff like that, they might not want them to do screams or yells, that kind of thing. So that could be why. Because I remember that, I think, happening with the Nicolas Cage when he did the voice acting for his character. I think it was in the contract or something where he didn't have to do the screams or yells or anything, but he's like, nah, I want to do it anyway. I remember that. So that might be why. But some people are taking it, you know, pretty hard, I guess. That was a little bit too short. Which again, fair enough. Like, you're playing a game, you want it to come out fixed and ready, you know. But I don't know. It's been kind of more funny than aggravating. Like, it's more that, I guess this is like the QA tester in me. It's like, okay, so I'm playing killer, and there's a bug right now where I cannot gain bloodlust. So, or just go into chase. So why don't I just make an entire build about not being in chase? Right? Like, that's the way my brain thinks, is like, instead of, like, don't get me wrong, some things are frustrating, right? Validly. But I like finding ways around it. Like, obviously, it's a bug with the item duplication. Well, I guess it's technically charge duplication, but it's a known bug, so don't do it, because it could be considered an exploit, right? You don't want to get punished or banned for that. Now that I know that that's happening, I'm not going to do it on purpose, you know, that kind of thing. But when it comes down to things like out of your control, like, again, the bloodlust or the chase not happening, it's more like a challenge than anything else. It's like, okay, so this is in the game, it's a problem, but until it's fixed, what can we do to, like, what can we do to kind of counteract it, because we can't fix it. Now, one other valid point of criticism they have is, I don't know the reasoning behind it, But the new map was supposed to be a different tile set for a previous map. And it was just a chance that it would come in as a reference to the show, which is the, you know, the broken hospital that has like the, you know, don't enter dead inside from The Walking Dead, which is cool. Whatever. References I like. Little Easter eggs. But for some reason they changed it and said that it's a brand new map when they went on record saying that it wasn't a map before. So people were not only confused but also concerned because they thought the map on the PTB was like a testing ground because the color tint is like a weird green. A lot of the terrain features aren't finished, like for looping, like design wise for survivors and killers. But they apparently went ahead and made it a map instead. So that's a bit confusing. I'm not sure why they did that. And I can totally understand people being frustrated about that. Oh, the sun came over and turned everything red. If we go through a couple more baits here, I am starting to wonder if the bug is indeed fixed. Or labrum. Because we haven't gotten a single one yet. We need 3. Which is just kind of hilarious to see the difference too. Like with our guys, the QA and the testers are working so hard to find, and we have like a programmer dedicated to the bug fixing. And it's like as soon as they find one, he fixes it like pretty dang quickly. So, well, hopefully they get the bugs fixed soon, and the map, however, is very, yeah. So what I was thinking, like if I had to guess, is that it was meant to be a tile, and there's like 2 different outcomes I could see. One, they just wanted to add it in as a new map, so they just changed their mind without telling people. Or what could have happened is part of the licensing agreement stipulated it was a map. Like even if it was like a miswording, they meant it as tile set, but in the agreement it said map, and then they found out about it and had to make it a map. Because that could be a case too, right? It doesn't necessarily just have to be malicious. Now, it could just be a sense of, oh, we know we said it was this, but we want to make it this anyway. You know, that could be the case. That possibility definitely exists. But in that case, read the agreement better. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's one of the biggest things that I personally feel bad for is obviously, like, all the devs on the team and stuff, this isn't necessarily their fault or something, you know. Who knows what happened behind the scenes, you know. Maybe there were so many changes, management wasn't done correctly, so they had to keep changing things, which took more time, so they never got to finish. Like, who knows? But I do feel bad because, like, The Walking Dead is a huge title. Like, there's so many people that know that show. And with so many bugs and issues and stuff like that, I worry that they're going to have trouble getting more licensed stuff in the future because of it, how it launched. Because then like other companies will say, well, this was such a big, agreement for you, but you didn't do it well. Why should we think you would do it differently for us? Right? So that's a concern for them now. Or at least, in my opinion, that would be a concern I would have if I was in their shoes. I never even thought about that. Yeah, right? So... And they have lost licenses in the past, right? Like, the Demogorgon... they lost access to the Stranger Things stuff, and Hellraiser, like Pinhead, obviously is not available in the game anymore. Like, if you bought him and you have him, you can still play him. Like, they didn't remove him because you own it now, right? But you can't purchase it anymore, and they're never going to develop more stuff for those killers. Like Freddy, for example, has been in the game. Freddy wasn't the first. Michael Myers, I think, was the first licensed killer, but Freddy was the second. I don't remember exactly when he was released. If I had to guess, it would be 2018 or maybe 2019. He has not gotten a single cosmetic the entire time he's been in the game. He only has his base and prestige. And it's like, oh, right? Now, I know that they can't just make cosmetics, right, because of the licensing. But have they ever, I don't mean this in a sassy way, but have they ever tried, right? Like, have they contacted the company and said, hey, we want to make different skins or something for Freddy because he's been the same the entire time. Like, can we do this? Because they did that with Alien, right? That's why Alien got the new deep water skin and stuff like that too. So they do make deals to get new skins on them. So I don't know if it's like a... Oh, we are over in cucumbered here. Let's just drop off before we get knocked in the water and drown. But yeah. Yeah, I worry for them. Not that I think they're like doomed or anything like that, but it is unfortunate that that's what happened. Charlie, do you wish for food? Yes, you do. There you go. I mean, we have the option of fishing at the river up top. We've used half our bait down here and we haven't been successful, so let's try up on the mountain. Because some people have said that they had some success there, so let's try that. If we don't catch anything, I'm going to be surprised, and I'm going to guess it's still bugged. Because if we use another 25, we've used over 50 bait, I think. Or it might have been 50. But yeah. Excuse me. Alright. But yeah, so I hope they improve it. Because that's happened quite a few times so far with behavior. Is where things have launched pretty badly, but then they fix them over time. But that isn't something you should or can continuously do, because you're gonna just lose like player trust and stuff. They're like, well, if this is like in my brain, I would worry about people saying, oh, it's gonna launch buggy, so let's not worry about it or buy it or play it for a while and wait for them to fix it, then we'll come play. And then they forget about the game and don't come play it. Right? So Eh. So I get it, like, I understand the frustration even though I am not personally frustrated. Oh, we got people here. Lore Keeper and Machine Gun Ellie. Oops. Hold on. Hello. Quick question for you guys. Do you have any confirmation if the Kelp Dragon is debugged yet?
I don't think so.
Okay. Because
for like 4 hours one day and just nothing.
Because someone had said that one of the devs, I can't remember who it was on Discord and said that when they restarted the server, it was debugged, but I haven't been able to catch any yet today. So.
Yeah, well, we are playing Mortal. Here, so.
Fair enough. Thanks, though. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. So we can try doing here a little bit. I believe this one we want at 394, I think it was. Let me check. 343. Okay. And just to make sure, I'm gonna check again here. 5, yep, okay. Just want to make sure I'm using the right one. All right. And just so I know, you could hear them talking. I had to do a weird rerouting of the audio, so I just want to make sure. We didn't hit bottom, so we're good. There we go. Yeah, let's see if we can catch one here. There we go. I'm calling it either a really tiny fish or a frog. Well, technically I called it after I partially saw it, so I'm not gonna count that. Yeah, it is nice to see more people out and about. It is nice how peaceful it is here, for the most part. But it's always nice to see people around. Okay. So, more frogs. If I just click cast get that corner. Are we gonna hit bottom? We don't. Which is good. So let's try this. No nibbles yet. It'd be interesting if they ever added something like rock climbing. That'd be pretty cool. Definitely change up the dynamic of a lot of places in the world. Imagine if they added like climbing boots or something, or climbing claws. I'm not sure how good their hitboxes are on the rock walls, though. Might be a pain in the butt. There we go. Looks like another frog. I wonder when... Someone back when I first started playing had mentioned that the frogs currently don't have much of a use, but they're planned to be used when they add like poisons to the game. Now I don't know when that is, if it's even on the timeline, but I don't know if they have another use yet. Because some baits are marked as dead baits, in the sense of there's not really anything you can do with them after you fish them. There we go. Oh. It's a bit bigger. Probably isn't a frog, hopefully. We'll see. Just because I said that, it's going to be like a ginormous frog. Or a herb. One of the two. See. Almost there. Oh. Labrum. Alright. We're in a good spot then. Not the biggest one we've caught, unfortunately. Yeah. I wish this wasn't the optimal not viewing angle, but direction to fish from here into here, because that would be a much better view. But alas, that is not the case. And it would suck if they weren't fixed yet, but who knows? I think we already maxed out fishing to 100 anyway, so it's not giving us XP, but technically we could get lore out of them if we just end up you know, cooking or butchering. More frog. All of the frog. Let me see. Yeah. Let's go a bit deeper. I can't remember what they had mentioned. I think it was 394 was another one. So we can try that. I definitely do prefer fishing down at the docks. But sometimes gotta go with the fish shark. Yeah, and what I'll probably have to do too, I might do it tomorrow, but I'm gonna go through the mortal data now that I have the sheets back, and we have to readjust our stats and stuff. So that's probably what we'll do probably next time. Because I don't know how much time as soon as I let go of my mouse to grab my phone. That's when they're gonna bite. Oh, we got about still an hour, okay. Let's see. I know he's moving in a direction to do the cast, but just seeing him out of the corner of my eye every once in a while just eyeball us is pretty funny. Another frog. 506 is the biggest we've caught, and so we haven't beaten that yet. Let's try aiming with a little bit more power this way. See if we can catch there. I gotta try and see if I can catch Squirrely one of these days. It's been a while since I talked to him. I think our schedules are not the best for lining up, though. I don't want to message him or something else on his own time either, so. Trying to think. We should probably start, maybe not today, but we do need to set. That's the exact same size as our largest catch. That's funny. Start bringing our stuff up to Morin Kerr to actually sell, because the goal of being here too is to get the books that were up in the broker. So first of all, we're gonna have to check and see if they're still there. 2, we're gonna have to double check and see how much money we need for all of them. Then we're gonna have to do some transportation in order to get the goods up there to sell. Depending on what it is, it might take some time to sell. What else? If we can't find what we need, then we'll have to figure out which city has it. We might have to make a trek. I do have a list that I made for all the stuff that we need still. And we did write down the gold cost of those at the time. But we don't really have a way of knowing if that's fully accurate right now. Because who knows, the market could have changed. Some things may have become more wanted or less desired. Who knows? The only one I know that's going to be the same price probably is the skimming book. Or more. It could have gone up. But I think it was 900 gold last time I checked. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it looks like we're only catching frogs here. Let's see. Again, I'm assuming a frog, but yeah. So let's see. I think the frogs are greater. Is it greater than 50%? Where are you? Shallow greater than 50% depth. So we need to come up in height then. And we can go, the highest depth that we can get to is about 200. They need to be, let's try 201 and see if that works. Let's try with no charge first and then see if that goes. So we're trying to get above 50% of the depth because that should cut out the frogs. It might be because we are too low. Okay, let me do a charge one really quick here. Let's aim at the same corner. Is that too far? Nope. Let's try there. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like more frogs. So it could still be bugged. Which is fine. We'll just have to choose a different quest to work on. Yeah. Let me check how much bait we have left. 14. Wonder if we move up a little bit, if we can cut down. I don't want to be in his way though, because I know he's doing like sightline. I think we should be okay. Let's try. Looks like more frog. I mean, who knows? They could have think it was fixed and it wasn't. Alright. Well, let me go check here for a sec. That is not my horse. Oh, that is my horse. I just can't see my UI because I turned it off. Alright, let me quickly check here. Let's see. Here we go. I don't see anything on it. Okay. Well, I don't see anything on it, so I'm going to assume it is still not working. And we will go off that. Okay. So we'll just go choose a different one. Simple as that. The options should have reset by now, I think, so we might actually have a different selection to choose from as well, which is nice. Let's see if our horse is hungry. A little bit. We should also check the forger to see if he has a gherkin quest, so we can grab that and do it at the same time. I don't see any on the roads when there was a lot before, so it might be because then people would have come and grabbed it. But the reset just happened. I think there was a couple minutes left on the timer when we checked before, so all right. Stay here, buddy. I will be right back. Let's check. Yep, there you go. And Skull, we could do Skullkua. Okay. Get rid of that. I mean, Skullkua isn't the worst choice. I think we have the ground fur for it. Hammercraft, I believe, is harder because I think... Yeah, that's a 6 a.m. one, so... Okay, let's go for the Skullkua. So we gotta change up our bait and hook really quickly. So Skull Kua require 100 hook and ground fur. Oh my goodness, the lighting engine. Having a little bit of a freak out. Alright. I don't think... Do I have anything in these? Yes, I do have this inventory to grab. Alright. Banker. Doop, doop, doop. More herb for the pile. Canna. Trudis. Moon cup. Destroy the twig. Frogs. And labrum. There it is. Okay. So let's see. We're going to put the hook 5 back in here. We need 1 hook 100. Oh, I guess I could have put this in there. That's fine. It's ground fur, I think, right? No. Yes, ground fur. We only have 11, unfortunately. Let's take a look if the broker has any available. Wayne. Let's see. You have any ground for 20 gold for a stack of 10k. What about more incur? 27. So it's cheaper here, actually. Okay. Let's grab some more. Because I don't think 11 will be enough. I think it's 1 in... It's either 1 in 30 or so, I think. Is it 20? Can't remember now. I think it was 20. There's the short term. Short-term memory kicking in. It was 20. Okay, cool. Awesome. Oh. Well. I forgot about that. Let's get him to follow. Can I place this in his inventory here? Here, hold this for a sec. There you go. All right. Just a casual 100. Is it kilograms or pounds? Can't remember. Kilograms. All right. Dismount before I get barreled off again. Okay. So we'll grab, I don't know, 39. So then we got 50 total to work with. I don't think we'll be running all 50 necessarily here, but should be fine. So we do need a deeper depth here. So 1650 seems to be it here. So we do have to go down to the dock area and go into one of the fishing tents. I don't think we can get it outside. Awesome. Oh. Also, I gotta remember, grab the gherkin. As we see it. I think you need 3 or more. No, it's 3. Okay. I think I'm gonna go to the nice one, which I believe is this one. I don't know if any of them spawn down here. I don't remember seeing any, but you just want to make sure. Yeah, I don't see any. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's head on in here. I don't remember. Can you climb up that? He struggles with the steps. Excuse me. These guys are stuck here. They are melding into each other. Oh my goodness. Okay. Nice. Go over here. Nice. Awesome. Now, I believe we might need to worry about turtles here. So, that is a concern. But we have other NPCs here, so that's okay. So, we are looking at... what? 1650. With a 100 hook, strong line, ground fur. So let's go. I don't know if you have to be on the outside fishing in, but let's try this. Let's put our toes right on the line. And I should be able to cast right there. The bottom. So we'll try over here. Nope. So this one might be too low. Let's try this side. See? There you go. Awesome. It sucks because then you're looking like just down there. Oh, hello. We're getting something. It would be hilarious if our first catch was a turtle. I will say that. Not quite a full bend though, so I think turtles should bend it a bit more. I guess either way, we're about to find out. It is indeed a turtle. Nope, I didn't mean to double cast. Okay. So... there we go. I was wondering where it went. The guards will take care of it. Unfortunately, unless you get the kill, it just disintegrates and there's no loot. Which is a bit unfortunate, but what are you gonna do? So we were standing pretty much right here, I think. So I remember seeing the lilies here off the side. Oops, that is not the right button. That's the right button. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we're gonna get some turtles, so we gotta be a little careful. Because they do hurt. They can also knock you down and do some... I can't remember the other thing. They boost themselves with a buff. They have a really long range because their neck can snap out at you. Hence, snapping turtle. And it does knock down, because we resisted it once before. Oh. Not the biggest of fish. Let's see. No. The daily is definitely nice when you finish it, though. 5,000 silver. Pretty solid. Just kind of sucks when the daily quest is one of the time-limited ones. That's kind of the bane of my existence. Because I'm not playing the game all day. So we get a couple cycles, but sometimes it's not enough to catch. Like if it's Hammercraft or something where it's like it'll only spawn, or it'll only be fishable between I think it's 12, like midnight and 6 a.m. And if you don't get them in that, you have to wait for the next full cycle, which can be quite a long period of time. There we go. Oh. Okay, that was a little bit too close then. So we do want to aim a little... Oh, maybe it is this way. But like if we aim like right on the edge. Like right in between these two pieces of wood. And that's like the difference of like just like a couple centimeters of aim. I like how he just stands up there. The AI have some weird pathing sometimes. Like, there's those two guys that are stuck over there. I always see them stuck on that paneling. Oh, it's a bit bigger. At least, it's probably not a twig. Yeah. I do wish the other fishing huts were decorated as much as this one is. It's so much nicer to actually have stuff to look at than just brown leather and like brown floor. I guess like the point of it is this one's more because the elementalists are here, but still. It definitely looks the nicest. Alright, let's see. Oh, it's just a big old herb. Oh. That is tiny. It could be a stick. Nope. It's not a stick. We got more than one fight. If I recall... Wait, I don't remember. If it's no pull, is it a stick? One pull, it's a accessory. Like a ring or an amulet, I think. Can't remember. Or it might be 1 and 2. 1 for stick, 2 for accessory. But you gotta be fishing on the bottom for that. Which obviously... I mean, we kind of are, but... not by choice. That's a canna. Okay. At least we're getting bites pretty frequently. So can't really complain too much about that. Oh, of course, as soon as I look away from my screen, that's when they bite. I told you it was going to happen. Just wanted to wrap my food there really quick. Maybe if you look away, they'll bite. They're too shy. I wonder... Oh, there you go. Oh! That's probably a Skulltula. If I had to favor a guess. So we're aiming in the right spot. Awesome. It could also be a large turtle, to be fair. We're also near the bottom. I think we can get some ray down here, but I don't know. Gotta really watch the bend for an increase, but also the audio cue when your hand's behind. There you go. If you aim up, you can also see the actual line itself start to vibrate. So that's another thing you can use to kind of tell when it's fighting, if you can't see it. Like if you look at it like this, the line's straight right now. Might be a little hard to see, but there you go. I just generally listen for the audio cue though, personally. Oh, there you go. Skulltula. Where is it? Oh, not bad. Nice. All right. Well, we're in the right spot. So that's great. And we need 3. Nice. Okay. Oh. I still got it, even though I clicked away. Probably a herb or a canna. Way too late. Not the biggest one, though. The biggest Skulltula we got was 28,695 grams, I think. Looks like. That was actually on the 18th. Hello, friends. Again, as with something this light, you probably don't have to brace. If I recall, you generally just want to brace if something bends below the white circle. Like on that part of your screen. But I'd rather just, for my sake, just want to brace just in case, because I don't want to break the line. But two, I'd rather have the muscle memory of bracing every time my brain hears the audio cue of the struggle phase. Yeah, they have a very rigid, like, patrol path. I wonder what the nav mesh looks like on these, actually. I wonder if they just drew the nav mesh as, like, a straight line. Or if it actually encompasses any flat terrain. Not sure. They're teasing me at this point. I'm also surprised that some of the rewards are the same. Because if you're on luck, compared to a hunt quest, where you could just, defeat the creatures or look for more, sometimes the fishing is entirely luck-based. Obviously, the location you're using, all that stuff is like knowledge base information. But if you're in a pool that has them, you still might not get them as often, or maybe more often. So it's kind of weird how the fishing quests also have timers, especially for the rare ones. Because they want 140-ish minutes to catch all three of them. I think I actually aimed a bit further this way. So we'll see. Oh, well, there you go. Might be turtle. I'm guessing Skullkua, but still could be turtle. Because generally the turtles pull a little less than this. They end up closer to like where your knuckle is, but I guess it depends on the weight of the turtle itself, right? The pull will be stronger. There we go. Skullkua number 2, pretty please. That would be awesome. Not quite there yet, but getting there. I just heard the creaking of the fishing rod for a second, thought it was fighting. Ah, it is a silk ray. Look at this happy dude. Alright, so we are in the same pool as silk rays, so that's interesting to note. Oh, actually, let me quickly do this. Because we are over in Cucumbered already here. Take Yes, please, and thank you. You don't need the twig. There we go. Thank you, Charlie. Alright, so right here. Toes on the line. Alright, let's see. So that's the weird thing, is like, awesome that we got the Silk Ray. But not what we're after. And again, that's kind of the luck part of it. There we go. That's very light. But we do know we're in the right zone. Which is at least good there. Let's see. I'm assuming this is just either a canna or a herb or something like that. Almost there. Yep. It is indeed a canna. It's nice that they're biting this much, though, to be fair. I also want to I want to try doing something later, too. I want to see if it's worth just selling the stack of fish or breaking it into components, then selling it. Which do we get more value out of? Because herb is found everywhere, so I don't believe selling it to players is worthwhile. Unless people are using it as bait for other fish, which is something that happens, obviously. We'll have to look at that next time we're back in town. I was gonna say, and then they stop nibbling, and then they start right as I complain, as always. There we go. Another pretty light one. Let's just see. Yeah, that's good. The other thing I want to try too is I want to try and learn if there's more fish that are difficult to catch. And I don't mean difficulty in the sense of rarity. I mean difficulty as in having to brace and reel. Because I like the difficulty in the fight, I guess, if you want to call it that. Versus just, it's very rare to actually have them bite. I guess it's the difference between I'd rather have it be a skill issue if I fail to catch it versus thinking, oh, it's just bad luck. Because bad luck you can't really do much about. Skill you can improve on. Yeah, I still like it in here. Okay, get nibbles. Let's see. Trying to get my attention. Is that why you're just nibbling? I wonder what's up with the lighting engine today. It's having so many flashing issues that it didn't last week. That's weird. Try not to look at the glitches in the Matrix. Oh. Oh my goodness. It pulls past my hand. Okay. So I'm guessing either a Ray or Skullkua. Could be either. It is quite heavy, actually. It almost goes past the knuckle when it's at the lowest point. Once again, it could be a turtle, but generally I think I catch them at a bit of a lighter weight. Yeah, this thing pulls hard. It goes all the way below my hand. What do we get? Almost there. It is another ray. A very chunky one that actually destroys our previous record. 35,824 grams. Wow. That is the heaviest one we've gotten to date, looks like. Nice. That is a large lad. I wonder how big it'll be if you get a legendary catch then. Yeah, look at him. He's just happy to be here. If I can flip him around, there you go. Just a happy guy. Oh, that didn't work. There we go. Nice. Yeah, that was a lot bigger than I was expecting. I didn't expect to catch the heaviest fish ever yet. Yeah. I mean, if you round to 34,000 grams, that is a bit of a chonker. Chunker, that's funny. Gotta love the speech to text sometimes. Let's see. I'm interested to catch Skullkua number 2 so that I can kind of devise how many casts versus Skullkua we've gotten. Because when we catch the second one, we can just look at our bait and divide by 2. That is very light. Alright. You can definitely tell that's not something we're going for. The other thing, too, is I do need to start looking into unlocking our skills. The action skills now, too. Even though we're not directly using the like the weapon skills, we do want to get the generic ones. Yep, there you go. All right. Just gonna kind of keep the bobber in view. The bottom there. Oh. Yeah, another light one. The other thing too is obviously because we're at a much lower depth, it does take quite a bit longer to reel than some of the ones that are at shallower depths. Depths. There you go. Okay. All right. Got a couple more here. I want to check the bait really quick. Yeah. 14. I mean, technically, we are positive versus the norm for them then. But that's why I want to wait till the second catch, because then we can kind of see, oh, you know, the first one you caught within 3. Maybe that was only because you got lucky. Just prefer more data points. This might be a turtle. I am guessing turtle. It's a little light, but let's see. I do wish I had the advanced creature control book, though, because then I could tame the turtles, but we can't do that yet. The other difficult part of doing turtles by yourself is getting absolutely bodied while you're trying to tame them. Hey, there we go. Look at that. That's number 2. Skullclaw, 13,000 grams. Oh, hold on a sec. We are over in cucumbered. Let's drop off here. Again, just in case. You never know. Alright. Right on the edge there. Get those toes in place. Put our line back together. And go. So we burned through 15. We got 2 out of 15s. Not that bad, actually. I suppose it's not as much rare as in the time it takes for them to bite and then reel in, obviously. So it seems like it takes longer even if it isn't. In the form of catching versus time spent, I guess. So the time spent is higher, so it makes you think it's rare, but you're not actually casting as much, so it's not as rare as you think in that pool. Although I could just be delirious over 4 hours of sleep, so pay me no heed. herb. I actually kind of want to get a little bit closer, I think, here. I remember being on a shallower angle. I mean, we're doing pretty good. I do have that meeting to worry about, so I'm watching the time a little bit, but we might be able to get the third one in time. If not, we'll have to do it next time. Oh, it's lighter one. I mean, you do have the option of just swapping weapons, which will obviously detach the fish, but I don't know. You would save time, I suppose, if you do that way, but I like fishing it up normally without doing like animation canceling or something like that. Let's see. It's just a big old herb. Let's see. Another light one. It's a bit unfortunate, but what can you do? I'm still interested in finding out what's with all the flickering, because it wasn't as bad last week. I'm not sure if they did like a hot fix or something. Maybe it broke some stuff. Because we noticed a lot in town. Some of the buildings, or even like the sides of them, are just blinking in and out of existence for some reason. Oh. Okay. What do we got here? I'm not sure if it's heavy enough to be a turtle. It could be, but I think it pulls a little harder than that. I mean, it could also be a tiny skullkua. we can hope. We can dream. Oh no, it's a tiny sandbray, I think. Yeah, 4,000. Yep. Another little smiling guy. Alright, twist him around so I can see. Yeah. He's all smiles. Okay. This is another light one. Trying to think. If we get a third one, that would be pretty nice. We could just finish it off here. Because if I have to wait till later, obviously we lose our quick completion time bonus, which I think is just double. So that obviously kind of sucks. Alright, almost there. I'm gonna try aiming a little bit closer here. do, 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 do. Lots of nibbling. Just look away. They can't see us. We don't exist. Oh man. Yeah, I'll also probably over the weekend try and write up a plan of what we want to do next. Because obviously we do want to earn enough money to be able to buy the books and stuff for More and Kerr. But beyond that, I think some of the books that we like, I believe Advanced Creature Control is in the south. I think it's Jungle Camp. It's been a while since I've looked that up. I think that's what it is, though. But there is some other stuff we still need to get in. I think we have one book that was available in Fabernum. And there is one elemental thing I think we didn't get in Meduli, if I remember correctly. I don't have the list open. But yeah, I'll put together kind of like a plan to-do list. I don't know necessarily if we're going to be starting it next week, but it will be kind of like our current path. But yeah, another herb. So check time. A little bit longer. We can probably do one more. Let's see if we get it. If not, we'll have to do it when we get back. Come on. You know you want to bite at Skullkua. Just believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, believe in the me that believes in you. See if we can pep talk the Skullkua into biting the hook. Nope. Someone else took the bait. Both literally and figuratively. Cool. Well, it's good to know this is a good spot for it, though. Like, 2 out of 15 is pretty good odds. Pretty much, if you add 1, if you round up just to be safe, 1 out of 8. It's not bad. The biggest thing is just having the time to go between all the casts. Again, you could probably save more time by doing the cancellation stuff, but I just want to reel it in. Because we have alchemy, we have cooking, all this other stuff we can use it for, even if it's not something we directly want. Is it Trudis? Alright. Hello there, Charlie. Let's get going. And before we do anything, let's make sure he has feed if he's hungry, which he is a little bit. Oh yeah, we need to get the gherkin as well. So there's one there. Thank you. Any more over here? Yep. Perfect. Look at that. Hiding behind the tree. We can turn that in on our way over to the bank. Oh. Sorry. Whatever that was. Did not see them sprinting sideways at like Mach 10. We'll leave the gherkin because that quest is available. Other people probably are going to try and get some, so no point in us grabbing it right now because we already fulfilled ours. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Check. Yep, we're so good. Awesome. Well, I mean, we didn't get the guys that weren't debugged like we thought, but that's okay. That is how it would be sometimes. Thank you. And we're gonna go this way. We'll look up the prices and stuff next time, just because I don't have time right now. All right, so open you. Actually, let's do it this way. Open the bank. Nope. Shift. Shift, Erwin. Hold the shift button. Alright. Awesome. We're gonna need to move some stuff here. Skull Kua. Also getting there. Canna. Sandray. Money. Trudis. Gherkin over there. And we'll keep this stuff on us because we'll still finish doing this next time. Okay. So I do want to grab these off of you. Sorry there, buddy. Oh, it's hunger-induced health damage. I cannot heal it. Alright. Let's head on back over here. See, there you go. That's what I was talking about, is like the whole side of the building is flashing like that for some reason. And last Friday and Thursday it wasn't doing that, so they must have changed something. I didn't see anything about lighting system updates or anything like that in the patch, or I don't know, maybe something else might have triggered it, but unintentionally. I'm not sure. Could be a lot of things, to be honest. Squeeze me. Oh my goodness. people with seizures beware. The game is trying to murder you. Alright. Stable Master. Hold Charlie for me until we get back. Alright. Yeah. Well, I have to head out to the meeting. Thanks again, everyone, for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully, you join me later. I'll probably be back on in a few hours, depending on what work we need to do after our meeting. If not, I hope everyone has a great weekend. Hopefully, you're able to rest up a bit, relax from the day, the week. Hopefully, I'll see people on Monday. But if I don't, as always, hopefully you have a good week till we see you next time on Friday. And as always, hope you have a great rest of your day today on Friday, whether it be morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on your time zone. So thanks again, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. See you guys. Oh. The alt tab.